Hey, my beloved darlings. Today we are going to be going through the role quests. And as you can see, I don't really use Summoner. I have a lot of outdated moves on my hotbar. I have no idea what half these do. But let's see if I need them. Elita, I have been expecting you. Words cannot well express how heartening it is to be fighting beside us. Allow me to echo that sentiment. Greetings, my friend. For me, with your capable self on the fold, I have no doubt that we shall succeed. Without further ado, I shall brief you on the situation. 'Twas a handful of days after the first beast appeared at Razazan. An Elysian man was observed at Hoplon in the Pillars, walking with an unsteady gait. All of a sudden, he buckled over as if in pain, and before anyone knew what was happening, he had transformed into a terrible draconic beast. At the mere sight of this, many who chanced to be present also turned, and regrettably the temple knights were forced to put them down. The blasphemy itself, however, took wing and fled. Profane Fafnir we have chosen to call it, after the dragon man of Ishgardian myth. Since that day, the beast has been sighted in the skies above Ishgard. It does not attack, only circles menacingly for a time ere disappearing again. Alas, these brief visitations are enough to cause more people to turn, and for fear and panic to spread further. As part of our investigation, we have sought to identify the man who became the blasphemy. But thus far we have learnt naught. We have, however, identified a common thread between those who have subsequently turned. All were people of fervent faith, people such as priests and inquisitors. When the truth of our nation's history was laid bare, the legitimacy of the Church was called into question. Many Asgardians struggled to reconcile the revelations with their beliefs, and none more so than the pious. Such men and women, we posit, will be more susceptible to despair, and therefore the transformation. We must find a way to stop it. Ishgard has only just emerged from a 1,000-year war, and we cannot suffer another great tragedy, much less so soon. In order to attain a better understanding of the situation, we intend to speak with a member of the clergy. The sole individual who survived witnessing the blasphemy's birth without being returned. Clem is his name, and he's a deacon at St. Raymond's Cathedral. Come, let us seek him out at once. Not so very long ago, few would have imagined this guardian knights marching beyond the bounds of their own domain. But we have ventured into the heart of Garlemald, and fought for no less than the fate of the world itself. Our nation has changed, and continues to do so. Here he is, Deacon Clem. Let us see what he can tell us. Lord Emmerich, Lord Atoriel, and a survivor of Ishgard besides. You do me great honor. I am Clem, and I serve as a deacon here at St. Raymond's Cathedral. I understand you were among those at Hoplon when the incident occurred. We give thanks to the Fury for your merciful preservation. We now seek to prevent the blasphemy from wreaking further havoc, and would appreciate any details you can provide. Loath though we are to make you recall unpleasant memories, will you not recount to us what you witnessed that day? Very well. We are presently relocating the vault's libraries to the cathedral. In case you were unaware, we had finished delivering a batch of tomes, and were on our way to bring over another. As we approached the hoplon, we noticed a young man walking unsteadily. No sooner had he come to an abrupt halt than he transformed into a draconic beast. The fiend fixed us with a menacing glare, and it was all we could do to find our wits and flee. But to my compounding horror, my brethren who were with me began turning into monstrosities as well, one after another. Praise the Fury that you at least were spared, Deacon Clem. I cannot imagine how frightening the experience must have been. Bishop Vartinox. Forgive me if I interrupt. I was informed by our stalwart protectors were present, and I wish to express my gratitude. From the bottom of my heart, I thank you for your service. I pray that we shall soon be free of this scourge. Indeed, if there is aught we might do to aid your efforts, you need but say it. You are most kind, your grace. That was Bishop Vartinox, the head of St. Raymond's and a member of the Synod. With the seat of our Archbishop vacant, he is, in effect, the highest authority in the Ishgardian Orthodox Church. This is so, yet in spite of his elevated station, he remains as kind and humble a man as many I have ever known. Like his grace, I would like to do all I can to shepherd our people through this uncertain time. There is a request I would make of you, if you can spare a moment to consider it. Of course, if it was within their power, we should be glad to offer you aid. Thank you. What manner of request could this be? His tone bespeaks urgency. The deacon was no less terrified by the blasphemy than his peers, yet he alone did not turn. By what grace was he spared? In the wake of the transformations, a group of clergymen fled the city in fear. Yet though they sought refuge in the wilderness, they put themselves at the mercy of the elements, and fell fiends both. Given that the cause of the transformation is not clear, I think theirs was a decidedly unwise decision. I wish to set out and find them, but I am not trained in the ways of war. As such, I require those who are to accompany me in the search. So that's the way of it. Suffice to say, we will help. Do you know whether your fellows may have headed? The Western Highlands, I believe, between Gorgain Mills and Hemlock. There is no shortage of abandoned dwellings in the area. Very well, time being of the essence, I propose we split up and scour separate areas. Elita, if you could escort the good deacon to Gorgain Mills, Lord Artorial and I will tend to Hemlock. That you should choose to abide in such harsh conditions. You? Ah, I see you found them. Yes, and none the worse for wear, thank the Fury. My friends, forgive me if we have given cause for alarm. We come out of concern for your well-being. Though we understand why you quit the city, we fear you may have placed yourself at greater risk by coming here. His Grace Bishop Vartiox too worries for your health and prays for your swift return, so please, will you not allow us to escort you to this holy see? I assure you, you will be much safer there than in this wretched place. Servants of the Fury will never be safe in the city, don't you see? This is your fault. You and your accursed revolution. The people disdain us, mock us behind our backs, and spit in our faces. And now someone is conspiring to transform us into monstrosities, enemies of the church, I'll wager, emboldened by your deeds. So no, I will not go back to Ishgard. I'd sooner freeze to death than suffer your pity. What? All I've ever done was in service to her. I am a good man. I do not. She cannot forsake me. Ah, how will he preserve us? Elita, we cannot allow him to harm any others. Give chase and do what you must. We will remain here and keep the others calm. Deacon Clem, please do what you can to reassure them. Yes, of course. All shall be well, my friends. Come, join me in prayer. Do not worry about us. See to the beast. It cannot have gotten far. What of the beast? All shall be well, my friends. Come and join me in prayer. Is it done, Elita? My thanks. What happened is most regrettable, but we must be grateful that no one else came to harm. While you were gone, the deacon was able to convince the others to return to the city. Let us escort them back at once, then reconvene at the congregation to consider our next course of action. We have the use of the strategy room. Announce yourself to the guard without, and he will show you in. Lords Amaric and Artorial await you within the strategy room. Will you be joining them now? Yes. Here we shall discuss our plans to deal with the blasphemy. Whenever you wish to enter, you need to but say so to the guard. Lest you wonder, we have taken the clergyman to St. Raymond's to rest and recover. If truth be told, the thought that they may still succumb to despair in turn remains at the forefront of my mind. Yet the risk would be greater still were we to keep them at arm's length and deny them the comfort of the Church. Indeed, from the words he spoke, the Inquisitor yearned for days of old. He and others like him can scarcely be blamed. Since the truth of the nation's founding and the Archbishop's machinations were made public knowledge, the Church has been in turmoil. Though we have made great strides in separating religion and state, there has been far less progress in the reformation of the Church. For our faith has been everything to us, our purpose and our comfort. Reconcile one's beliefs with the betrayal of our spiritual leaders. Thus, torn between their hearts and minds, guardians feel lost, and none more so than members of the clergy, whose faith was once unshakable. Little wonder, then, that the most dedicated and devout are like to turn. So it seems, but further investigation is needed ere we draw a definite conclusion. With the war's end, Ishgard has set out on a new path. The choices we make now shall determine the course of our future. Come what may, we dare not squander the chance we have fought so hard to attain. Once the returned clergymen have sufficiently calmed down, I shall have deacons speak with them, that we might gain insight into their individual plights. Good. Meanwhile, I shall take the opportunity to brief my men on recent developments. Pray, take a moment's rest, my friend. You have earned it. When you are ready to continue our work, you may seek us out here. Artoriel is eagerly awaiting the Deacon Clem's report. Ah, Elita, your timing could not be better. Deacon Clem has finished speaking with the rescued clergyman and will be here shortly to share his findings. Lord Emmerich too is on his way. Let us wait for them. He just left. Deacon Clem, we thank you for making the inquiries on our behalf. 'Twas no imposition in the least. As I said, I am glad to do all I can. So, 'tis our understanding that those we escorted back were all close acquaintances of the Inquisitor who turned. Like him, they too had been the subject of harassment by certain quarters of the populace. Is this correct? It is, I am afraid, and they are far from alone. Men of the cloth were once afforded respect and deference as servants of Haloni, but now they are openly reviled by many. We were complicit in perpetuating terrible lies. This is true. But we too were misled, we too are victims, yet we are regarded by some as criminals. Well, I do understand the people's anger, but it saddens me to think that they would lash out at their fellow man, especially when we need solidarity most of all. Though I can imagine you're polite, I would not presume to fully grasp your pain. Will you tell us the challenges you and yours have had to face since the war's end? Like all sons and daughters of Ishgard, we dreamed of peace in our lifetime, but now it has come. We find little choice to rejoice. Our faith has long been the foundation of our lives, and overnight that foundation has been crippled by fractures beyond repair for some. To learn that we have been deceived, and that we had unwittingly deceived others in turn, was devastating. We who once had been shepherds to men found ourselves lost lambs, bereft of surety and wanting for guidance. We have languished in darkness, all of us. Yet I have faith that the Church will redeem itself, that it will find a new path, and again become a beacon of hope for the people. I see. Thank you for sharing this with us. Your testimony has confirmed our suspicions. According to our allies, that which causes people to turn is none other than their despair and anguish. If it wasn't before, 'tis now abundantly clear why members of the clergy are among the transformed. That you did not, I believe, is due to your unwavering faith in the Church. In light of this, we would ask for your continued cooperation. Of course, anything to help my brethren. Now that we've established the cause, that leaves us with the mystery of profane Fafnir's identity. The progenitor of these troubles, could he too have been a man of the cloth? From what I recall of his garb, I doubt it. He was dressed in the common fashion, and inadequate against the cold besides. 'Tis said that something of the individual may remain in the blasphemy, influencing his behaviour. If we can determine what instincts drive profane Fafnir, we may learn who it once was, and this knowledge, I believe, will prove vital in our efforts to stop it. Deacon Clem, we ask that you reach out to your fellow clergymen. Please, do what you can to ease their anxieties. Understood. As I have ever done, I shall provide what comfort I can to those in need. Meanwhile, we must make it a priority to identify the blasphemy. To that end, I would seek out more eyewitnesses. The Hoplon is a busy place at any given time. Some ordinary citizens are bound to have been present at that tragic event unfolded. I propose we make inquiries in the pillars. If you could attend to the Hoplon, Lord Artorial and I will look into the surrounding areas. I wasn't present for the incident at Hoplon, but a young man poorly dressed for the cold, that I did see. I recall him well because an aide from St. Valdus was searching for him. He was patient at the infirmary, and by coincidence he had the same name. I know not what he has become of that young man, but I hope the aide found him. He plainly wasn't in a state to be wandering about alone. The dragon had disappeared at the Hoplon? Aye, I saw with my own eyes. One moment in Ellison, next a terrible beast. He was a heretic, I take it? That dragon was massive, let me tell you. I didn't know heretics could transform into something so big. Your skin is like the snow, your eyes like sapphires. No, I did not see that dragon, nor would I have wished to. Frightful as it sounds. They say it wasn't a Draconian attack, but if not, then what was it? Whatever the beast was, I pray I never have to lay eyes upon it. I'd sooner forget it was ever there. Were you able to learn anything? There you are, Elita. Did your search yield any fruit? A patient of the Firmamen's infirmary, you say? Among those with whom I spoke, one claims to have witnessed an individual fitting that description, a man walking in a stupor, who did not seem to feel the cold. If he had wandered straight out the infirmary, it would explain his state of attire. Yes, I dare say we have found our blasphemy. But to think that his name should be Vandrew. 'Tis the same as that of the former Heavensward commander, Sir Vandrew de Rochemond, for whom the infirmary is named. Sir Vandrew, however, retired from his station at a ripe old age some years ago. 'Tis not like to have been him. In any case, we have a lead. I shall head to the infirmary at once. Pray wait for me in the broom. Lord Artorio should not be long. Let us wait here. This is Loverick, the aide who was in charge of Vandrew. Have you found him? Oh, please say you have. We have not, I am afraid, but we seek to, and hope that you could tell us more about him. May we ask how he came to be at the infirmary? He was found by a patrol in the Highlands. After being treated for his hurts, he was brought to us for convalescence. Being in the prime of his years, he'd been doing well, but then... Prime of his years. By all accounts, he is no old man. It seems safe to assume it isn't Sir Vandrew. Oh no, he's definitely a different person, as I told Lord Toriel. You have lovely purple eyes. And though he gave his name as Vandrew, he seemed rather confused, and we have no means to confirm his identity. In his state, he shouldn't be wandering about on his own. Please, you must find him. The man who recently returned into a beast at the Hoplon. We regret to say it may have been Vandrew. What? No! How can this be? Is there aught else you can tell us? Things he may have said or done while in your care? While he was still unconscious, he would often ramble. Though most of it was incoherent, he mentioned the Archbishop many times. Oh, and he spoke of a bishop too, Bishop Vartinox. I assumed he was a pious man given this. I see. Thank you for your cooperation. We will continue our investigation, and, should we confirm what became of Vandrew, inform you forthwith. Let us return to the congregation for now. Head into the strategy room. I should be glad to show you in. Who could this Vandrew be? The mystery remains, but we are one step closer to identifying the man who became the profane Fafnir. Indeed, though he did not first appear to be a member of the clergy, his words betray a fervent faith. And how curious that he should speak not only of the Archbishop, but Bishop Vartinox specifically. Perhaps he was personally acquainted with his grace. In the light of the possibility, I believe we should speak with him directly. Agreed. I will request an audience, but his grace has many demands on his time. It may be a while before we're seen. Should you have other business, pray feel to attend them in the meantime. The look of relief upon Arturio's face bespeaks your timely arrival. Elita, excellent timing as ever. Deacon Clem has just sent word that Bishop Vartnox will see us now. By which I mean, right this instant. Oh, we didn't have to wait long for that. 'Tis extremely short notice, I know, but it would not do to miss the opportunity to learn how he and Vaindro may be connected. Not wishing to keep his grace waiting, Lord Amaric is already on his way to St. Raymond's Cathedral. Come, let us hurry there ourselves. Elita, full glad I am that you could join us. It seems his grace has yet to arrive. My lords, I am so sorry. I informed his grace that you were making your way hither. But shortly before you arrived, he recalled that he had urgent business and had to leave the cathedral at once. He cannot have gone far, though, so if you wish to search for him in the hopes that you could steal a moment of his time, to grant us an audience only to depart with such haste, what business could be so pressing? His grace has yet to return, I'm afraid. I found his grace, Elita. Did Henrik go upstairs, I wonder? I don't know where Henrik went. Maybe down here? Nope. Emmerich just disappeared. Well now, even the savior of Ishgard should be here. Your Grace, perhaps 'tis simply our misunderstanding, but we were under the impression that you had granted us an audience. Lord Speaker, rest assured I was just about to return to the cathedral. There is no need, your grace. This will not take long. As you may have heard, we are investigating a young man named Vaindru. Is he known to you? No, I cannot say he is. With the exception of the former Archimand, right? I am sure I know no one by that name. But mine and the Archbishop's are known to many, yes? Perhaps. Perhaps this youth took inspiration from public services over which we presided. Goodly soul that he is. Full glad I am his faith was of comfort to him in sickness, and I pray to Helone that he will soon be found in good health. Now then, if there is nothing else, I shall return to my duties. Ooh. Fear not, your eminence. I shall carry on your legacy. We have completed the preparations as per your instructions, but are you certain this will work? It will. It must. Lord Amaric spoke the truth when he revealed the Archbishop sought primal powers to strengthen the people's faith. I could not bring myself to believe it, not at first, but in the course of cataloguing his eminence's personal articles I came upon his journal. Therein he had written that, through abundant ether and fervent prayer, it is possible to make gods of men. All the power we require lies in this place, this Azizla. By channeling the essential elements into Sola's flesh and sword, we found... We shall summon forth King Thoradin and his Knights 12, and by his blessing Ishgard shall be restored to its former glory. Oh dear. Heck of a size of sword. Oh, what is this? It's just an ordinary man, scarcely changed from before. His Eminence, I must protect. No, this isn't right. Confound it! Perhaps I overlooked something. I must return to the Holy See and review the journal. Your Grace, what shall we do with this thing? Leave it. 'Tis a failure without use or value. The denizens of this place will deal with it soon enough. Elita, are you well? Were you perchance granted a vision of the past? An attempted summoning of King Thoradin and his Knights 12? Your Grace, you should know full well that summoning is strictly forbidden. You will accompany us to the congregation and explain yourself. I have dedicated my life to the Church, conducted my affairs in accordance with Scriptures, but you took it all from us, tore down everything that defined us. You cannot know how it feels to have your very existence rejected, to be forsaken by your community, be denied by your society. Well, I deny you, and this justice. I deny an Ishgard, where the Church has no place. I refuse to accept it. Do you hear me? I refuse to accept it. Your Grace, no! That it should come to violence yet again. Would that your hand had not been forced, my lord. Deacon Clem should not be alone at this time. I shall remain with him while tending to the aftermath. When things have settled, I will return to the congregation. Pray, go on ahead and get some rest. Thank you for protecting me, Emmerich. Heading to the statue? I should be glad to show you in. How fares the deacon? Well enough, given the circumstances. Though understandably shaken, he is more determined than ever to help his fellows. Truly, he is possessed of a stout heart. But to think that even a member of the Synod could succumb to despair in turn. The crisis gripping the Church is far graver than I had imagined. In pushing for an abrupt separation of religion and state, we may have exacerbated the growing divide between clergy and the general populace. Elita, will you recount in full that which you witnessed in your vision?
Sure.
That he should seek to use one of Alag's unholy abominations to create a primal. Yet that which manifested was not like the being you fought, but rather retained the form of a man, one driven by a desire to protect the Archbishop. We may safely assume the bishop did not have sufficient ether. Bereft of Nidhogg's eye, the sword of Ascalon no longer has such power. Nor does that of the Warring Triad remain to be harnessed, thanks to your valorous intervention. But if the summoning failed, how did the clone come to possess life, and what purpose drives it? Lack of ether notwithstanding, the necessary components were present for a summoning. Perhaps the ritual itself was a success, and the vessel, though imperfect, arose as a champion of the Archbishop. Yet how did he come to be in the Central Highlands? You believe that this clone and the man who became the blasphemy are one and the same? Nay, I merely speculate. Yet considering what we know of the clone and Vaindrew, it would seem a likely possibility. Whatever the truth may be, it will not elude us forever. But first, I must lay some groundwork for the next phase of our investigation. God's permitting, I will have the news to share ere long, so pray look in on us when you can. And off he goes to walk away again. Artoriel has the identity of the blasphemy on his mind. Elita, you are ever a sort for sore eyes. Ill tidings, my friends. I dispatched the Temple Knights to find the clergyman who aided in Bishop Vartanox's summoning attempt. Regrettably, when confronted, all turned and had to be put down. Without their accounts, then how are we to ascertain that the clone and Vaindrew are the same individual? Maintaining the assumption that they are, perhaps we should instead consider how Vaindrew may have found his way to Corthus. According to Elita's vision, he was abandoned in Azazla. But what did he do afterwards? Then there is but one way to ascertain the truth. We follow his trail. I shall go and search for the clone in Azazla. If he is still there, then we are dealing with a different individual. A splendid idea. We leave the floating continent in your capable hands. Meanwhile, Elita and I shall retrace Vaindrew's steps, whence he first appeared. Upon being found in the Central Highlands, he was taken to Camp Dragonhead. Let us begin by making inquiries there. Well now, if it isn't the late Lord Horchivon's dear friend, is there something you require? Ah yes, the mystery man. I was among those who tended him. He was not tired for the snow, much less the snowstorm in which he had been caught, and was suffering from frostbite. When people are extremely cold, they may mistakenly feel they are warm and disrobe. That might explain his state of undress. We took care of the man as best we could, but given his state, I expect he will need a long convalescence before he's back on his feet.
Investigating the stranger we found, are you? I wasn't involved myself, so I can't tell you much about the fellow. But, in case it's of interest, earlier the same day I caught sight of an airship, flying dangerously low. It soon disappeared into the brewing snowstorm, looking none too steady. I do wonder what the airship was about, and what became of it. I don't believe we were expecting any to pass through that day.
Ah, 'tis ever an honour to receive you. What brings you to our humble camp this day? An injured man who was found in the wilds. Yes, I know the one. I was with a patrol that chanced upon into him north of here, at Providence Point. He was unconscious and in a bad way, so we hurriedly bore him back to camp. After doing what we could for him, we sent him onto the city. That fellow was fortunate we found him when we did. Any longer in that storm, and he would have just been another drift of snow. There you are. Were you able to earn aught of interest? I hastily wrote a note which reads, Andrew found unconscious at Providence Point. I hastily wrote a note which reads, airship sighted flying low near Camp Dragonhead. I hastily wrote a note which reads, Andrew not dressed for the cold. A mysterious man found collapsed after an airship was seen flying low. Yes, the accounts I heard are consistent with yours. I for one am curious about the fate of this unknown airship. To that end I have arranged a pair of black chocobos for us, the more efficiently to scour the area. We shall contain our search to Providence Point, where Vandro is said to have been found. If you are ready, let us be off. Nothing so far. Let us continue northeast. Aww. By the Fury, it's a blasphemy. His Eminence must protect His Eminence. Ah, you're finally awake. Heloni be praised. How are you feeling? Strong enough to speak? Can you tell me your name? My name is Zephyr? No. Sherrybert? Or was it Veljuine? Palocrane? So many names swirling in my mind, and voices that reject them. Is there none they will accept? Are you all right? Vaindrew. My name is Vaindrew. Well now, that's the same as our infirmary. I dare say fate has guided you to us. So, Vaindrew, if you are feeling up to a little conversation, can you tell me about yourself? Anything else you remember, anything at all? A proud son of House Desmel, nay, a devout servant of Heloni, who lives for the rush of battle, the pleasure of inflicting pain, the attentions of maidens, to fight beside my brother in arms. A low-born runt, whose every effort went unrewarded, whose very name disqualified him from ever leading the Temple Knights. But His Eminence raised me up, granted me a place at his side. From that day forth I pledged my sword to his service, pledged my very being, my life to be offered up in defence of his. I am a knight of the Heavens Ward, sworn to protect and serve the Archbishop. Oh, you're a knight. Forgive me if that sounds a bit rude, but I had no idea. And while I realize your memories may be a bit muddled, I'm afraid I must inform you that the Heavens Ward have not been seen in quite some time, and are presumed dead. And the Archbishop, well, he is most certainly no longer of this world. But the important thing is, you're safe now, and we'll help you get back on your feet. Speaking of which, let me bring some food and water. You must be absolutely famished. The Archbishop? Dead? No. No, this cannot be. How can I still be alive when he is not? I must find him. Elita. Oh, pretty. For the glory of King Thoradin. Another vision, I take it. Let us make for Ishgard. I expect that Lord Arturiel will return soon, if he has not already, and we should both be glad to hear your tale. Where is that ship? Can't just have disappeared. I guess it did just disappear.
heading to the strategy room. I shall be glad to show you in. Ah, Elita, I pray your search was more productive than mine own. Everyone is here? Excellent. So, were you able to find your clone in Azazla? Nay, not but discarded Ascalon remained. How fared you with your own efforts in the Central Highlands? In the course of retracing Vaindro's steps, we came upon the wreck of Soleil. I suspect he found the vessel abandoned in Azazla and tried to use it to return to Ishgard. But he crashed en route and was subsequently rescued by a patrol from Camp Dragonhead. So it would seem, and the Archbishop's airship was not the only thing we found. Profane Fafnir was there too. The creature chose to flee, but not before Elita had a vision of Vaindro's past. Go on, my friend, share with us what you witnessed. All the pieces fit, and it was as you surmised, my lord. Vaindro and the clone are one and the same, and in his despair he turned into the blasphemy. Yet the confusion he exhibited when asked his name, 'tis as if he weren't sure of his own identity. According to the Scions, primals retain the memories of their previous incarnations. From this, it may be assumed that the clone harbours the memories of all those who became King Thoradin and his Knights 12. Though he struggled to reconcile these conflicting memories, he managed to settle on the name Vaindru. The voices within were clearly in agreement when facing Elita, the mere sight of whom drove the blasphemy to flee. Above all, however, they share in the desire to protect the Archbishop. This desire was seared into Vaindru's very being, and when he learned that he no longer had a purpose, the Heavens Ward took up arms against us and Ishgard. By their hand we were robbed. We robbed of one of our finest knights and a dear friend. Even so, I would not wish a terrible fate upon them. The self-same fate inflicted upon full many clergymen, and a fate I fear ordinary citizens will succumb to if we fail to act. The people will not soon forget the betrayal of our church's leadership, nor should they, but absent of the comfort and stability once afforded to them by the institution, many have become lost, and are too vulnerable to despair. The church can still be a source of comfort, but things need to change. I thought as much myself, my friend, but to hear you say it as well. Indeed, when the ground upon which we stand crumbles, we must find the strength to move forward, even should it cause us pain to do so. Lord Artorial, at the next House session, I shall call for an ecumenical council to be held. My lord, such a gathering is reserved for... Oh, you intend for the Church to codify a new doctrine? Since the separation of religion and state, we have refrained from interfering in Church affairs. But if the Church is to remain a part of Ishgardian society and continue serving the people, it must reconsider its role and formally address recent revelations. I would call for this council not as the Lord Speaker, but as a humble adherent of the faith. Long had I considered whether such measures were necessary, but lacked the courage to set them in motion. I now have it thanks to you. I shall tend to the necessary preparations at once. Among other things, we must reach out to those of the clergy who are amenable to reform. I ask for your patience in the meantime. A set of Artoriel's jaw betrays a hint of anxiety. Ah, Elita, owing to Lord Emeric's swift action, I am pleased to say that the Ecumenical Council will soon be held. In case you are unaware, the Council is the highest assembly in the Ishgardian Orthodox Church. Its purpose to deliberate and decide upon doctrine. The previous one was held no less than 80 years ago, and 4 archbishops have since come and gone. As such, most Ishgardians know little of it save that they have read in the historical records. Traditionally, the archbishop and members of the synod would meet behind closed doors. In light of Bishop Vartanox's fate, however, this time the doors will be thrown open to the public. Indeed, for the first time in history, all men and women of the faith that have had a hand shaping the mission and the teachings of the Church. 'Tis my hope that you will also join us in this endeavour. Deacon Clem, allow me to express our gratitude for your efforts in facilitating the Council. We appreciate the difficulty of your position. I merely heed my conscience and my faith, my lord. Acting in Bishop Vartanox's stead, I shall do all within my power to see that the Church may serve the people once more. Where is the Lord Speaker, if I may ask? He stepped outside for a moment, saying that he wished to gather his thoughts ahead of the council. The hour draws nigh, however. Elita, I shall proceed to the vault with the good deacon. In the meantime, may I ask you to find Lord Emeric? He should be at the last vigil, I believe.
'Tis you, my friend. Is it time already? I see. My apologies for making you come and fetch me. I have been thinking, Elita, on the path I have chosen to walk, and on those who have been left behind as a consequence of my actions. Those who died fighting, those burdened with boundless grief, those deprived of position and purpose. Like any nation, Ishgard is made up of disparate souls with disparate beliefs. Without an enemy to unite us, we recall the differences we once set aside out of necessity, and find amongst our old friends new ideological foes. The future I had envisioned, 'tis far more difficult to secure than I ever imagined. What must I do for our people to live in harmony, for our nation to move forward as one? Such questions I have been pondering. We should begin making our way to the council. Shall we continue our conversation while we walk? Ready? Then let us be off. If it is agreeable, I would like to look on Fortemp's manor. Though we haven't much time, I am glad for the opportunity to stroll about the city with you. It feels like another age that you and yours were no more than foreign wards of House Fortemps, and in actual fact, may be considered so. For your coming set in motion a chain of events that brought an end to the Dragonsong War, ushering in a new age of harmony. You paved the way for meaningful change in our nation, and for that you shall ever have my gratitude. Now then, shall we continue on to the architects? King Thoradon and his Knights 12, the murderers of Ratoskir. Since the truth of their accident came to light, many have demanded that these images be torn down. Yet, though what our founding fathers did was wrong, neither is it right to simply expunge them and their deeds from history. To do so would be to deny our people's part in what followed for 1,000 years. We have a chance to forge a new future, but we as a nation must decide how we will confront our past. Forgive me, I was lost in thought yet again. Let us join Deacon Clem at the vault. There you are, my friends. The council is about to convene. Let us take our place in the audience hall. Esteemed members of the clergy and honoured adherents of the faith, I thank you all for your attendance. In recent days, our nation has been racked by a series of tragedies. Those among us who do Haloni's work have been transformed into abominations. This dreadful phenomenon has been brought about by the final days, and it is upon our despair and anguish that it feeds. Thus, if we are to prevent further tragedy, we must strive to ensure that all Lish Guardians, clergymen and citizens alike abide with peace and love for one another in their hearts. To that end, I have called this Ecumenical Council, the first in generations, that we might together determine a path forward for the Church and our society as a whole. Since antiquity, the Ishgardian Orthodox Church served the people in two respects, as the Fury Spear to strike at the heart of dragonkind, and as the Fury Shield to safeguard the souls of men. But now we are at peace with the Dravanians. The Church need no longer serve as spear, and so we must now reconsider how we might better serve as shield for our brethren. The hierarchy must be reformed, and for that we need accountability. The upper echelon must be stripped of rank at minimum, and investigations conducted, trials held. If the evidence is sufficiently damning, then we may turn our attention to the doctrine of lies. As our precedents did before us, we are of the Synod, have ever sought to interpret the Scriptures to the best of our ability, and thence conveyed Haloni's will to the people. Such fervent pursuit of retribution at the expense of doctrine would come also at the expense of our faith. Have we won the war to lose our souls? O Haloni, are we outside your grace? This bodes ill. At this rate someone might turn. Since the war's end, the Church and the faithful have stood at a crossroads, unable to take the next step forward. His Grace, Bishop Vartanox, may he walk in Haloni's halls, was one such soul, and in his longing for simpler times, he resorted to using forbidden magics. He succumbed to despair. In our minds, we renounce the lies upon which our nation was built, but in our hearts, we yearn for the righteousness, misguided though it was, that gave us comfort and purpose for so long. So let us not forget who we were. Let us confront the mistakes of the past and learn from them, that we do not repeat the mistakes of our forefathers. As fervently as we believed in our sacred duty, we struggled to accept the Church's deception and embrace change. The legacy of Thoradin weighs heavy, and there is the temptation to simply cast it aside like a mantle that suits us no longer. Yet that would dishonour the sacrifice of those who went before, countless souls who served the people with purest intent. And so, heavy though it may be, let us together bear this burden as we set forth anew. Our friend Elita risked life and limb to reveal the truth to us, the truth that our legends and our scripture were tainted by betrayal, but not wholly corrupted. Through the great walls and towering spires of our city may have been built with murder and deception, they rest upon a foundation immutable and true, our devotion to Haloni, whom we have worshipped since before our forefathers settled on these lands. The Church is a font of practical wisdom. Its teachings guide us in our daily lives. Such things define our faith no less than the lies. We can acknowledge our sins without renouncing our religion. Aye, and without rejecting who we are. A comprehensive review of Scripture, as well as historical literature, will be necessary. Revisions, as appropriate, must be made to ensure that the truth of our past is preserved for future generations. With your peerless knowledge of church doctrine, I dare say none is better suited to leading that effort than you. I also expect that many eyes will be required to pore over the tomes, and I know many idle men and women of faith who would jump at the chance to do Haloni's work once more. That day very long ago, I had no answer to my father's words, but it seems the people had it within them all along. With this, the church and the people have taken their first step towards a brighter future. 'Tis well Lord Amric interjected when he did. The council went better than I dared hope. Truly, while the details remained to be decided, 'twas a resounding success. Your words helped everyone find common ground. I know not how to thank you. Much credit must go to Elita. In the face of great hardships, never did she hesitate to press on, and our people have not forgotten this. Indeed, well do I remember the day you flew into Ishgard upon a dragon's back. In making possible the impossible, you inspired us all. In you we glimpse the fury, a vision of courage in the face of uncertainty. Looking to your example, we shall endeavour to bring about change to the Church, for the future of all Ishgardians. There will of course be those souls who struggle to rise above the mire of despair, but my fellows and I shall be there to take their hand in faith and love. For what is faith if not salvation? Well, I had best return to the cathedral. We have much and more to do. Ah, but ere I forget, I have tracked down that which you requested. Some repairs will be necessary, but it will be seen to all with haste. I had tasked the deacon with finding a certain item. You see, a secret weapon, one might say. Given what we know of profane Fafnir, I suspect it will be of great use to us in our hunt. Once repairs are complete, we shall be ready to strike. With the church having reached an accord with the people, the risk of more clergymen being turned is greatly diminished. We may now focus entirely on the blasphemy. 'Tis time we freed Vaindro from his torment. Rest while you can, Elita, for I dare say the coming battle will demand the best of us. Artoriel has his sights set on profane Fafnir. Glad tidings, Elita. Since the Ecumenical Council, not a single soul has turned. Safe in that knowledge, we need only think of how to hunt down the blasphemy. Ah, Elita, you are here too. Excellent. I am pleased to say that the secret weapon is ready. We may now look to dealing with profane Fafnir. As you will recall, when we last encountered it, it was lying in wait by Solier. An instinct driven by its inherited memories, I believe. It seeks to protect that which it most strongly associates with the Archbishop. In all likelihood, 'twas this self-same motive that compelled it to come to the Holy See. From the skies above it keeps watch over the Holy Vault. When next it descends, we shall exploit this instinct by using the secret weapon to lure it to the chancel. What exactly is this secret weapon? 'Tis none other than the Fury's Grace, the holy crozier of the Archbishop. Suspecting that Bishop Vartanox had retrieved it from Azazla, I had Deacon Clem search his private quarters. My suspicions proved correct. With the crozier in hand, I shall make an irresistible bait for profane Fafnir. My lord, that is an unconscionable risk. There is no telling how the blasphemy will react. Indeed, but we can be confident that I will command his undivided attention, thus ensuring that no more of our citizens are placed in harm's way. If the Heaven's Ward are the Archbishop's shields, then the Temple Knights are the people's. As leader of the Order, the risk is mine to bear. All the Knights of the Heaven's Ward fell in Azazla. As a vessel for their memories, Vaindrew may be considered the last of their number. Let us go then, and relieve him of his their duty. Let us see to our preparations and proceed to the vault. We finish this once and for all. When the battle begins, Lord Americ and I will draw the blasphemy's attacks. Seize the opportunity to bring your magics to bear against it. If you are ready, then let us set forth. You need but say the word. The beast has come. Now is our chance. Whoa. Make ready. To me, my knights! For the glory of King Thoradin. No, you are not he. A trick! Forgive me, Sir Vaindrew, but for the sake of all Ishgardians, we must strike you down. Forgive me, dragon. I must put you to sleep.
underestimate me! Stand our ground! You underestimate me! I will not falter!
Finally, it's over. Thus ends the tale of the Heavens Ward. Let it not be forgotten. 'Twas wrong of them to conceal the truth of our nation's founding, to abet the Archbishop and his machinations. Yet in peering into their hearts, one thing became clear. They too had succumbed to primal manipulation. They too were victims. Flawed men, aye, not without sin, but Ishgardians brave and true, as we all aspire to be. Having triumphed in the battle of ideals, I have a responsibility to all our people. Their hopes and dreams, their sorrow and suffering are mine to bear, and bear them I shall. For had you not vanquished King Thoradon, or I had erred in but one of my choices, I may well have been the first to succumb to despair, to be reborn a blasphemy. A ridiculous notion. I'm more like to become a beast than you. Thank you, my friend, for having such confidence in me. My apologies. 'Twas not mine intent to wax sentimental. Our work here is done. Let us return to the congregation. Heading to the strategy room? I should be glad to show you in. I hurried here as soon as I learned of your victory. There are some few words I could say, but they can wait until Lord Artorial and Deacon Clem have spoken theirs. Elita, permit me to offer my gratitude for helping us to overcome not only the blasphemy, but the despair which spawned it. But this is only the beginning. On the face of it, we may have made tremendous strides in breaking down ancient barriers within our society, but there remain great rifts to be bridged. 'Tis no easy thing to rise above a lifetime of preconceptions and prejudice. I myself have struggled to do so, as you must know. But I shan't give up. On the honour of my house, I will do everything in my power to build a new Ishgard, one in which all people can see eye to eye, regardless of birth or station. Now then, I believe the deacon has some words for you too. Pray lend him an ear. Much as I appreciate our conversations, I think the deacon is deserving your attention as well. My Lady Elita, may I say how glad I am that you are safe and well. Just before you arrived, Lord Emmerich explained to me the true nature of the man who became the blasphemy. The poor, confused creature was born of the Church's mistakes, and on behalf of the clergy, I give you my heartfelt thanks for laying it to rest. As we work to reform our institutions and rebuild our relationship with the people, we will remember and pray for those who have fallen in service to the faith. And we shall pray for you as well. Wheresoever your path may lead, may the Fury ever watch over and keep you. I shall leave it at that then. Lord Emmerich too wishes to speak, and 'twould not do to keep him waiting. Let us not keep Lord Emmerich waiting. Lord Emmerich is kept silent all this time, but he also has thoughts to share. Elita, Lord Artoriel, I thank you for the vital roles you played in ridding us of profane Fafnir. As ever, the sight of you in combat was nothing short of inspiring. With no further reported instances of people turning, and the blasphemy itself no more, I should like to believe we are free of the scourge of despair. My brethren and I shall labour to see that it remains so by fighting to dispel the darkness in men's hearts. And I shall fight with you, not only as a Speaker of the House of Lords, or the Lord Commander of the Temple Knights, but as a man of faith, in our God and our people. Together, let us strive to fill our nation with hope. Elita, by now you will be sick to death of being thanked, but I must nonetheless express additional words of gratitude. Full oft have you saved our nation, our people. I speak not only of our lives, but our hearts and minds as well. You have given us a great gift, that of opportunity and choice, and if we are to repay you for it, we as a nation must take full advantage of our freedom to dictate a new course forward, into a brighter future. What forward means, we may not always agree upon, but as fellow Ishgardians, we shall find a way to rise above our differences and stand united. That is the nation I will strive to build, this I swear to you. Elita, given all that you have done for us, I am loath to impose further, but may I trouble you to bear word of our success to our officer at Radzatan? We will of course be sending a report, but there is no substitute for a first-hand account. Our allies would benefit from the additional details you can provide as well. Our thanks again, my friend, and may the Fury speed your way. Spoke to the radiant host. Ah, my lady, by your return, dare I hope that the hunt for the blasphemy was a success? That you would vanquish the beast comes as little surprise, but that this occasion would serve as impetus for the Church to embark upon a path of reform is incredible. I will share these joyous tidings with our allies without delay. If I may speak candidly, I must confess to being a great admirer of yours. When you have a moment, I should like to hear about more of your adventures, if you would do me the honour. For the present, however, in my official capacity as the Ishgardian delegate, I offer you my humblest thanks for your immeasurable service to our nation. Ah, my lady Elita, when you have a moment, I am ever eager to hear about your adventures. The glint in Shebrand's eye suggests she was hoping you might pass through. Well, if it isn't Elita, all around good egg and champion of, well, the whole world, I suppose. Word travels fast, my friend. Well, we've heard all about your exploits defeating the blasphemies that plague the good people of Eorzea and Doma. Sadly, there are other fell beasts that want for slain, but fear not, our efforts to bring them low proceed apace, and we've had naught but glad tidings from our allies. In fact, we but recently received word from the resistance forces in Bosgia that a blasphemy was slain, thanks in no small part to Lord Dahian's timely assistance. Perhaps the most surprising report came from Werlet, where soldiers led by the infamous Black Wolf fought alongside Alamegan troops for yet another hard-earned victory. Reports from Garlemald, however, suggest another blasphemy threat lurks in the snows, and we've received a petition for assistance. Strange, don't you think? When the effects of the final days began to spread in earnest, we encountered a great many monsters in Garlemald, but never as blasphemy. And to make matters worse, they say Garleans, who chose to remain and rebuild, have begun transforming into yet more hideous creatures. From what I understand, it was you and your comrades who brought an end to the swords of the final days, is that right? Even so, it would appear its effects will linger a while longer. Until this malevolent influence on Akasa subsides, I dare say this won't be the last time we hear of such sightings. As for the blasphemy, we have reason to believe it's a great deal stronger than any you've faced thus far. Your strength and experience would prove quite valuable, if you're willing to help, of course. Why, of course I'll help. Truly, our contacts in Charlene will be thrilled to hear it. Though they did not explicitly request your presence, it was clear from the first they were hoping for it. Though, if I may be frank, I was not expecting Charlene, of all places, to be concerned with the present state of Garlemald. What with their strict policies on non-intervention. Perhaps we'll find out the reason before all this is over. But that's an inquiry for another time. I'll not keep you any longer. Once you arrive in Garlemald, I think the intelligence officer station will be more than happy to appraise you of the situation. Keep your wits about you out there. To have eluded us for so long, this blasphemy is like to be more cunning than most. Elita? The Elita? It's an honor to have you with us, miss. I presume you're come to assist in the hunt for the blasphemy? Maxima and Lucia will be pleased to hear it, if you would come this way. It is good to see you, Elita, though I wish it were under more fortuitous circumstances. We were reluctant to call upon you, knowing you recently returned from the far reaches of the heavens, but we are no less glad for your aid. Now then, I believe it best if the man who first discovered this blasphemy explains the situation. Ah, Elita. Good. We may forego introductions then. Thank you for answering our call for assistance. As for the situation at hand, it concerns a joint effort between the Forum and the Loperites to find a new purpose for the moon. While there is no longer a need for a vessel to evacuate the star, we believe the moon may yet prove of use to the people of Aetheris. After much contemplation, a rather ingenious proposal was put forward to transform the moon into a repository for man's knowledge, an archive of hitherto unseen scale. Charlene has long had the honour of boasting incomparable repositories for the world's knowledge, but it is far from perfect. Should calamity befall us, natural or otherwise, the wisdom of the ages we have long laboured to preserve would be lost. But the moon is beyond any such risk. What's more, it's beyond the jurisdiction of any one nation. Thus did we consult with the allied nations of Eorzea, the Far East, and Radzatan. They agreed in assembling a survey team to take measure of the moon and its potential as a repository. Our plans for assessment were forestalled, however, by the presence of an entity we believe to be a blasphemy in the Tower of Babel. Claims of Garlean citizens transforming into monsters shortly after its discovery only gave further credence to our initial supposition. But we've not only ill tidings to share. Reinforcements have been dispatched to aid us in quelling the blasphemy threat. Lord Artorial and a member of Grisdania's Keepers of the Entwined Serpents have already begun an investigation into the catalyst of these transformations. Though the skies no longer burn, and the spread of this affliction is much curtailed, we must remain vigilant. Until the blasphemy threat has been quelled, Alphanut and Alacy has graciously offered to help keep calm the people of Titurium, while we attend to the people here. But the matter of the blasphemy is not so easily resolved, I am afraid. We recently met with certain complications that have hindered our plans. Yugiri and Fordola are presently deliberating on how best to resolve the situation. Perhaps it would be best if you heard the details directly from them. I should like to join you, if I may. As this endeavour was originally undertaken on Charlene's behalf, I feel it is my responsibility to see this through to its conclusion. Somehow I should have known you would turn up eventually. I did not expect to see you here of all places, but I am no less glad for your presence. I presume word of the blasphemy is what brought you here, in which case I believe it may be best if a member of the reconnaissance team's guard explained the situation.
An acquaintance of yours?
Long time no see, Lawrence.
I'd heard tell you were a worldly sort, but bugger me if I know where you heard my name before. Ahem. I'm just a lowly sword for hire, hoping to fatten my purse with a touch of mercenary work. After taking my leave from Limsa, the job sounded simple enough, but well, I'm sure you wouldn't be here if it were, eh? But you didn't come all this way to hear about me, did you? The blasphemy we're after is making its nest in the upper reaches of the Tower of Babel. The auxiliary sector, I believe it was. But it wasn't alone. A sizable horde of beasts were circling about like a knight protecting their queen. Naturally, we thought to strike from a distance before entangling in earnest, but not a single bullet reached its mark. They were protected by some manner of mystical shroud as far as I could figure. Without a keen eye for magic, I don't see anyone getting through. By the time we understood the futility of the situation, we'd been spotted. Retreat was our only option. Pains me to say it, but there won't be any brute forcing our way through this one. My understanding was that once transformed, these blasphemies are completely devoid of ether. With what energies it could create such a barrier? That's the question, isn't it? My first thought was some heretofore unknown technique for conjuring shields. Needless to say, I'm out of my depth when it comes to matters of magic. Which is precisely why I plan to speak with the Elder Seedseer when she arrives. If anyone can help us find a way to overcome the blasphemy's protection, it's her. In the meantime, could we trouble you to help with a not so small matter of people changing into beasts? The blasphemy's horde was large enough when we first found it. We can't afford for more to join its ranks. Very well. We shall reconvene with Lord Artorial and discuss strategy. Before you go, there's something else you should know about the tower. From the moment we set foot inside, I could swear there was someone or something watching us. I shrugged it off, thinking a figment of my imagination, but in hindsight, I'm not so sure. Nothing to worry ourselves about now, but best keep on your guard when we do find the return to the tower, eh? Gods, what I wouldn't give for a nice hot bowl of soup. Lord Haim will be arriving ere long, aptly dressed for the cold. I should hope. Gotetsu will no doubt count himself fortunate to be absent if he knew we were here. Arvinald sends his regards, by the way. He asked me to tell you not to push yourself. But we all know what a waste of breath that would prove to be. Under normal circumstances, I would never dream of leaving the Elder Seedseer's side, but considering the nature of these blasphemies and the calamity they bring, she insisted a representative for Draconia precede her arrival. It would appear that the investigation into recent reports of refugees transforming is well underway.
Ah, Elita, 'tis good to have you with us, my friend. Indeed, the road before us is not an easy one, and a woman of your talents will prove invaluable to our efforts. Well, we recently returned from reconnaissance, where we made a few rather surprising discoveries. First and foremost, we are pleased to discover that no one residing within Camp Broken Glass or Tartarium returned. No doubt thanks to the concerted efforts of Maxima, Alphanel, and Elisa. However, we have reason to believe that those who did turn all hail from Locus Aminos. You mean Corvus, the Garlean's ancestral home? The very same. When the ill effects of the final days began to manifest there, a number of Garlean refugees from the region sought sanctuary in Garlemald. But the capital was already in ruins when they arrived. They were offered asylum, but many refused and instead chose to fend for themselves on the outskirts of the city. We are of a mind to go and speak with them directly if you would care to join us. Perhaps together we can learn what the recent circumstances has triggered such terrible change among their people. Locus Aminos suffered greatly in the wake of the final days. 'Tis only natural they would have sought shelter in the capital. I can but imagine their horror upon arrival. I am not Garlean by blood, but being raised in the Imperial provinces, I would be lying if I say I am not moved by their plight. Artorio is eager to begin his inquiry. Time being of the essence, I believe it prudent we split into two groups and cover as much of the ground as we may, as quickly as possible. If you and Master Fortulent would inquire after people at Victor's Spoils, the two of us shall see what we can learn at Liminal Station 4. When you have finished, pray meet us here. Victor's Spoils is to the east of here, yes? Let us be off. That they should choose to reside here in the cold, I can but presume they will not be amenable to conversation. Even so, we must not be deterred. Come. Talk? What is there to talk about? We've no home, no future, nothing. This doom spells the end for us all. How? How did it come to this?
Come to hear our grievances, have you? We've more than you have time to hear them, I'm sure. We've lost not one, but 2 homes, our loved ones, our livelihood. There's nothing left. I served my time with the military, aye. For what? To lose all my friends? My son? And there was naught to show for it but our claim to Locus Aminos. Or so we thought. Calamity was visited upon us for reasons we know not. Then when we thought to flee, it followed on our heels to Garlemald. Ruin and ash at every turn. What are we to do with nothing left to live for? Shall we meet back here when we have finished? Can't imagine why you or anyone else would feign interest in our troubles, but if you insist... You'll find a great many of the people here were in the military at some time or another, some retiring with honours, others without. Sadly, I'm one of the latter. Bore one too many scars in battle. Even so, my contributions were enough to warrant leave and move to Locus Aminos. It was a land of warmth and bounty. The Corvosi rebellion admittedly proved troublesome for a time, but didn't take long for the Lind region to quell their uprising. You could practically drown in the calm and quiet. And then one day the skies came alive with flame. We were overrun with all manner of foul beasts, born of our brothers and sisters. The Second Legion barely had time to assemble their forces before they were overrun and snuffed out. We barely escaped with our lives. But we were greeted with more wrack and ruin on our arrival here, and we've not had the strength to take our home back from the Corvosi a second time. There's nothing left for us anywhere. If it's all the same to you, I'd like to be alone right now. Did you learn aught of how they came to be in such dire straits? I see. I heard much of the same. The military forces of Locus Aminos were defeated in the wake of the final days. Desperate to survive, they naturally fled to Garlemald seeking sanctuary. It was their hope the might of the Empire would allow them to reclaim the home they were forced to abandon, but the capital was already in ruins when they arrived. Needless to say, the lands they have long believed to be their ancestral home of the Garlean people may remain forever lost to them. Those unfamiliar with history would believe they have always resided in the bitter cold climes of northern Isambard, but that was only after the Corvosi invaded 800 years prior. With the advent of Magitech, I imagine it was all too easier for Emperor Solus to rally his people to take back what they believed to be rightfully theirs. Yet history would tell us true that the land they call Locus Aminos has been known by other names, and served as home to myriad peoples. Indeed, one need only look back to the Allagan's reign in the Third Astral Era to give the lie to the Garlean claims of sovereignty. Yet even as such ancestral ties to Locus Aminos and his essence cannot justify their animosity to foreign peoples. Animosity poorly veiled by delusions of justice, as has been the case for so many nations throughout history. Would that man had the sense and strength of will to break free from such chains of hatred. Help! Someone help! They've turned! Another monster? Quickly, Elita. We've not a moment to lose.
Gods, what happened? One of my mates seemed unwell, so I thought I'd come over and look in on him. Next thing I knew, he... No one appears to be injured. Did he not attack? He just walked off in the direction of the tower, in a daze, as if it was calling to him. He could not have gone far. If you would go after him, I will remain here and see that all are accounted for. Have we not suffered enough? I will see to matters here. Go and find that beast before it can reach the tower. Oh god, what has he become? Termination right now. The beast is slain then? Thank the heavens. For a blessing no others have turned, and a measure of calm has been restored, if only for the moment. Witnesses were able to offer a clue as to the source of the transformations. They claimed the afflicted was listening to this radio. Even now it continues to play the same cryptic message. Empire, no more, never again, rise, ashes. Though distorted by radio static, you can hear a voice saying that Empire is no more, never again shall it rise from the ashes. But how is this possible? There are no facilities left standing that could possibly deliver a broadcast. The last time this happened, the signal came from the Tower of Babel. Be that as it may, Anima is no more, and the Tower of Babel has fallen into disrepair, by your hand no less. Which begs the question who, or perhaps what, could be behind this? Elita, Master Fortunaut, a moment if you would. Shortly after we finished our inquiry at Liminal Station 4, Lord Amaric and Admiral Merlwyb arrived and requested an audience. Apologies for our late arrival. Knowing first-hand the devastation of which blasphemies are capable, I discussed the matter with the Admiral, and we were of one mind that the situation warranted our immediate presence. Is it safe to presume that a representative of the survey team has already arrived? Indeed I have. Thank you for coming this way on such short notice. Recent events here at camp have proved most enlightening. And this is the aforementioned radio? Empire, no more, never again, rise with ashes. A harsh reminder of their misfortune, sufficient to push some wayward few over the edge, it would seem. Yet still there remains the question of who is sending this message, and from where. Glory, everlasting, Garlemald. For glory everlasting? For Garlemald? No, it couldn't be. You recognize this message? A mantra often spoken by Lord Nerva. Anyone who lived in these promises under his authority could scarcely forget those words. He sought to claim the throne after the assassination of Emperor Varus, did he not? After a civil war broke out, he all but disappeared according to intelligence we managed to gather. How could he have managed to breach the tower undetected? To have done so, and remain unnoticed by the creatures infesting the tower, seems a nigh impossible task, unless... Do you think the voice on the radio is the blasphemy? I do. And as it was with Anima, these radios are somehow attuned to whatever signal it emits from the tower. What's more, I believe the true identity of the blasphemy is Nerva. Robbed of the throne and forced to watch the Empire he longed to command crumble before his very eyes. If such loss did not drive him to the same fate as Quintus, the despair he felt no doubt overcame and turned him. Nerva's disillusions of grandeur aside, the Guardian's plight sounds not unlike the Sahagin, desperate to preserve their spawning grounds. Indeed, though unscrupulous by any measure, the Guardians found solidarity in their ideology, as did the people of Ishgard in the church. Adrift without home or purpose, it's all too easy for despair to take hold. Would that a remedy were as simple as offering them land as we did the Sahagin. In all likelihood, the Galarians would refuse to settle for aught less than what they believed to be their ancestral homeland of Locus Aminus. A claim to Corvosi would readily take arms to denounce. We would do well not to further fan the flames of animosity twixt them. Then perhaps, at the very least, we can offer them peace of mind, and a means to regain some semblance of stability in their lives. To offer them true comfort and stability, Garlemald must be rebuilt. By no means an easy solution, but perhaps the only one worthy of pursuit. Of course, this new Garlemald must remain a sovereign nation, free from the oversight of others. Aye, they would see no meaning in it otherwise. If I'm not mistaken, Alphanod and Alize have already made strides in helping the people here regain some normalcy in their day-to-day living. A most important first step, but it will mean little without proper leadership. Rather than a single individual, perhaps a governing body of sorts would prove more effective. There are a number of former Senate members among the refugees at Camp Broken Glass, as I recall. With their help, creating the framework for new governance is not an impossibility. Let us call the people together and see what they make of our proposal. The final days has taken much from all of you. I can but imagine the pain you feel in face of such immeasurable loss. And though the final days have been averted, its effects yet linger, and a blasphemy has been born of your suffering. Decisive action must be taken before further harm is wrought upon you. To overcome such adversity is too great a task for any one person, but as a people united, there may yet be hope for the morrow. While it is not our place to decide how you will move forward, we would offer a small measure of guidance. We were told a number of former members of your Senate yet remain among you. Would you be amenable to an interim government led by these individuals until such time as Garlemald can be rebuilt? Rebuild Garlemald? Is such a thing truly possible? Even if we do cobble together some governing council, they won't be making anything of that pile of ash we dare call Garlemald. There's no going back to Loxaminas either. Rack and ruin, those are our only options. I realize to build Garlemald is a seemingly impossible task, but you needn't undertake it alone. My children are working with members of the First Legion as we speak to begin an organized relief effort. And there are others from the provinces, no doubt willing to lend their expertise. You need but ask, not as would-be conquerors, but as brothers and sisters of the Star, and others will heed your call. If you should still see no merit in rebuilding the Garlemald, then I would instead offer you residency in Charlayan. I promise you we will be welcomed with open arms. Charlayan? So now you'd expect us to go and lick boots in some country we've never even heard of? My apologies if I appeared overly forward in my proposition. Considering our strict policies on non-intervention until but recently, it is not surprising that you are unfamiliar with my homeland. It is an island nation to the north, home to myriad peoples, which is why I believe it would not prove difficult to accommodate you and yours. To be clear, you would not be migrating to Charlayan to live in servitude. You have my word that each and every one of you would be guaranteed citizenship upon entry. And why, exactly, would you go to such lengths for us? For the conquerors you barely know. Charlayan was long aware of coming doom that would be the final days, and so we were preparing to evacuate this star, taking as many people and resources as our stores would allow. Initially, it was our intent to save the people of Garlemald as well, but we had not forgotten your transgressions invading Alamigo, your rejections for our entreaties of peace. After a great deal of deliberation, it was decided that we would forego an invitation to Garlemald, a determination made with great trepidation. We had convinced ourselves it was ultimately for the greater good, though I can think of at least one individual who would continue to protest. To ignore the plight of those one might conceivably save is not wisdom, it is indolence. Sage counsel, I brazenly cast aside when confronted with the final days in earnest. But Elita here, and her companions, refused to forsake those we were otherwise unwilling to save. With great risk to themselves, they achieved the impossible, and opened my eyes to the error of the Forum's decision. If all other roads lead to ruin regardless, perhaps we should at least consider it. Then it would be my pleasure to invite you all to Camp Broken Glass, where you shall all have warm food and beds both. Admiral Merwelb and I shall speak with Maxima and the others, and consider how best the Guardians moving forward. Should we broach the subject of this blasphemy, however, we will not hesitate to call upon you. Is that you, Elita? Though visibly relieved that the Guardians are safe, the hardness in Fortuna's eyes suggests your work is far from over. With the Guardians' hearts at ease, the likelihood of others turning is greatly diminished. That said, it is no cause for us to grow complacent. We must needs find a way to overcome the blasphemy's protective warding. If I understand correctly, a blasphemy's behavior is oftentimes influenced by the memories and emotions of the originator, in which case it would be prudent to learn more of the man who birthed this monstrosity. How fortuitous, then, that a number of soldiers from the 3rd Legion are in custody. For a mercy, their tempering was not so severe as to be beyond our ability to heal them. They are presently being treated with broken glass. Perhaps the camp's intelligence officer can tell us who among them knows aught of Nerva's whereabouts. I see. Perhaps it would be best if you speak with Virgilia, the greatest of the 3rd Legion. She's still on the mend, but the Shakurgans aren't opposed to a brief conversation. If you would wait here a moment. Eorzea's champion, I presume, and one of her cohorts. What business do you have with me? Ilsebard is faced with an imminent crisis. and we believe the knowledge you bear may be key to stopping it. Thus do we believe the blasphemy has to be Nerva. His whereabouts in the wake of Garlemald's fall, or lack thereof, give credence to our theory. Lord Nerva. From what we have pieced together thus far, you were one of the last to see him alive. Please, will you not share with us what you know? Very well, though I suspect what meagre knowledge I possess shall avail you not. I last spoke with Lord Nerva shortly after the warring, with the First Legion began. Cloistered within the lower levels of the Senalcum Imperialis, he spent the better part of the day listening attentively to the radio. He seemed hopeful, or perhaps desperate, for news that the tide might turn again in our favour. The next day, I left for the front line. It was there I heard a terrible noise, which I assumed came from the Tower of Babel. Then darkness took me, and I remember naught after that. I was told the radios protected those close to them from the effects of the tower, in which case Lord Nerva would have remained unaffected. But he has ever been devoted to Garlemald. For glory everlasting, he would say. To watch the empire he loved so dearly crumble, I can think of no one who would be more stricken by the sight. It would seem we are right to assume what became of Nerva. And it does not surprise me that the beast would choose to make his nest within the Tower of Babel. It stands atop the remains of the Imperial Palace, and the throne he revered so highly. But the Empire is no more, and Lord Nerva apparently is no longer the man he once was. He deserves to be laid to rest, together with his dreams of glory. We will fell the beast, you have my word. Apologies for the interruption. Kani Sana has arrived, and we're ready to depart. 'Tis good to see you, Elita, Master Falchinaut. I have spoken with Lawrence of the ward protecting the blasphemy, and I am quite confident some manner of the ether-based magic bars our path. If I may be so bold, Elder Seedseer, we reached the same conclusion initially. But that simply is not possible. Those creatures born of the final days are devoid of ether. As such, they would be unable to produce such a barrier, in a manner in which we are accustomed. Do you suppose it's possible they manipulate dynamis to achieve a similar effect? I too thought to dismiss the notion of a barrier fueled by ether. That is, until I stepped foot here in Garlemald. Even now I can sense streams of ether flowing toward the tower. Its purpose was, after all, to harvest reserves of energy sufficient to reach the moon. Even if one was incapable of manipulating ether directly, it stands to reason control of the tower would alleviate such a need. 'Tis merely conjecture, of course. I cannot say for certain until I have examined the currents with mine own eyes. Might I ask you to accompany us? I would join you as well, if I may. My injuries would keep me from being of use in battle, but my knowledge of the land should serve just as well as my blade. You have pretty eyes too. But I would not be opposed to your company, but it is not my decision to make. She may go, as long as she remains under watch by you and the others. Very good. Might I suggest we begin with Regio Urbanissima? I sense the greatest confluence of ether in that vicinity. I will never understand how anyone could grow accustomed to such cold climes. I heard word that Alden should be arriving before long. I can already picture him knocking his knees, muttering under his breath about the cold. Part of me does not wish to believe this blasphemous Lord Nerva, that I failed to protect him, and yet... I'm sure it's just my imagination, but I can't help but feel we're being watched again. It would seem I underestimated the resourcefulness of our adversary. As I thought, the ether stream flowed towards the tower, as do all others in the region, no doubt. This convergence first began when the Telurfi erected spires in all corners of Eorzea to fuel the Tower of Babel. But once destroyed, this divergence of ether should have ceased. Alright, whoever you are, if you've business with us, quit your skulking about in the shadows and speak your piece. Was you there in the tower, wasn't it? Ah, Nero. My, you're sharper than you look. I recognize you. Nero, yes? Why are you following us? Who said I'm following you? Being a native of Garlemald, does it not stand to reason I might be inclined to come and see what has become my home? I know not what you're scheming, but we've no time to entertain your games. Perhaps Master Garland would make company for you.
Spare me. I am a man of great ambition and greater intellect, far beyond the scope of anything Garland could hope to achieve. He still keeps his head in the clouds, while I would set my sights on the stars beyond. Which is why you snuck into the tower. But like us, you couldn't get past the blasphemy to reach the tower transporter. Yes, well, I was very much hoping you would dispense with that little obstacle. And having caught wind of your plans, curiosity compelled me to see if you were truly up to the task. Do you have reason to believe we are not? Or perhaps does the great genius Nero mean to dispense with the blasphemy himself? Far be it from me to steal your glory, having come all this way, but as I am feeling generous, I will tell you what I learned during my time in the Tower of Babel. I was able to access its systems, you see, and discovered one of those dreadful spires still appears to be active. Impossible. They all vanished when Anima was destroyed. Yes, and I've heard of your escapades reclaiming the remains of the Emperor. But obviously you failed to reclaim his entire body. As it stands, a piece remains powering a tower at Fabrica. Ah, yes, the manufacturing district, just north of the erstwhile Imperial Palace. A rather impressive feat considering how these lands are so utterly devoid of ether, barely enough to sustain life, let alone the spire. But if one were to use Varus's remains to forcibly create a confluence of sorts... Precisely. And from what I gleaned of the tower's systems, his heart serves as its core. Coursing not with blood, but your precious ether. And now Nerva has amassed a surfeit to shore up his defences. How fortuitous he should find so perfect an impetus for his design, stolen from better minds than his own. How very like him. Oh, did I say that aloud? You'll forgive me if I fail to show concern for your ire. If what you say is true, these lands could never hope to recover from such a paucity of life energies. We must hurry and find Varus's heart, to both spare the land and this wanton harvesting, and deny the blasphemy the source of its protection. Are we to presume you have any intention of raiding us? As I said, I've no intention of stealing your glory, so I fear victory may soon slip it through your fingers if you do not act quickly. The Tower of Babel was designed specifically for Anima to serve as its core. Nerva forcing himself upon the system has caused it to grow increasingly unstable. If my calculations are correct, and they always are, it will not be long before his presence triggers a system meltdown. The resulting explosion will destroy whatever tenuous streams of ether breathe life into the lands of Garlemald. But more importantly, we will lose our only means of reaching the moon. The heavens forever denied my genius. How so very unfortunate. In any event, it would seem time is of the essence. That's all well and good, but even if we know which district to search, finding the heart, I'll be like looking for a needle in a bloody hay. I may know where we can start. It's all rather hazy, but I have a vague recollection of my time serving Anima when I was enthralled. We were commanded to erect some manner of facility tucked away in a corner of Fabrica. I remember not what it was for, but as good a place as any to begin our search. Certainly sounds promising, but surely this facility...
Then maybe it'd be best to divide our forces. If it's just the four of us, shouldn't prove too difficult to sneak inside and find the heart. Meanwhile, our main force can stand ready to storm the Tower of Babel when the barrier gives out. Be safe. This is Levior. What? Very well. We shall return at once. A number of Garleans have left for the Tower of Babel. They have somehow misunderstood the threat of the tower and convinced themselves that Nerva has taken refuge there, still clinging to their ill-placed patronism, no doubt. They could not have gone far. If we act quickly, perhaps they can be found before they come to harm. A wise man would not waste his time on a few wayward refugees. I thought you Charlene scrollers knew better. To ignore the plight of those one might conceivably save is not wisdom, sir. If it is all the same to you, Elita, I would join you. I will return to camp and begin preparations for our assault on the tower. And I suppose I should go as well. Though I am unarmed, I promise not to be a burden. That said, it would behoove us to avoid any undue confrontations if possible. Now let us be off. We've no time to lose. If they should reach the tower, there's no telling what may happen to them. No trace of them here. Let us keep searching. Help! Someone, please! Did you hear that? It came from over there. They are understandably shaken. but otherwise appear to be unharmed. You're the ones who came to speak with us before. We heard Lord Nerva had returned and was assembling his forces in the tower, but... No, not Lord Nerva too. And there is really nothing left for us. I'll not deny your situation is dire, but you are not without a path forward. I believe you have the passion and conviction to rebuild Garlemald if you so choose. Or failing that, you could begin a new life in Charlayan. Rebuild Garlemald? No, there's no point in entertaining so lofty a dream, and we would sooner die than suffer life under the rule of another. You would sooner seek death than sanctuary? Your resolve is admirable, but sorely misplaced. If you would not see Garlemald rise from the snow and ashes here in Ilsabard, might you consider venturing unto a new frontier? A new frontier, and where exactly is this land ripe for exploration? There, on the moon. It is our goal to create a repository of man's knowledge there, free from the jurisdiction of any nation. As I understand, the magitech and technological advancements of Garlemald were without peer. Your expertise would be indispensable in the endeavour, should you be willing, of course. Do you really expect us to go and live on the bloody moon? Is such a thing even possible? Have you a better alternative? Lest you forget, Garlemald did not rise to grandeur from complacency in the present, or rumination in the past. We live for the future. It is in our blood. Life is not without its hardships, of course. Even I have met with the occasional stumbling block. But even should I stumble, my eyes are forever fixed skyward, seeking ever greater heights. The Emperor may be lost, but I still possess a great deal of knowledge gained from it, and a desire to seek more. The very notion of exploring the moon is an unprecedented prospect, and that you would balk at the proposition boggles the mind. Consider this. You have heard that the beasts of the final days were born of those hapless souls that had given up on everything, yes? If that is indeed the case, can you tell me why you still stand before me? Because deep down you believe your life is yet worth living. Deep down you long to reach for the unreachable. Or perhaps you don't. If you should choose to lay down and die here in the snow, that's none of my concern. Reach for the unreachable. That sounds like something I would have said back at the academy. Alright. We'll go. I suppose it's better than dying here in the snow, as you so grimly put it. Then we must first dispense with the blasphemy that commands the tower. It's hard to believe Lord Nerva, of all people, could be turned into one of those monsters. Please, you must stop him. Put his soul to rest. Thank you, and Sorry for causing all this trouble. Thank you for the rousing call to action, but I thought you had no interest in meddling in our affairs. Lest you misunderstand, I abhor the idea of my countrymen blindly following nobles they know next to nothing about. Besides, it would be a most piteous sight for not a single Garlean to be among those venturing to the moon. Who else am I to prevail upon to learn of new findings up there? Yeah, I told myself I would not get overly involved, and yet here I am. Fortunal is eager to regroup and make ready for battle. From what Nero has told us, time is now a luxury we can ill afford. Let us return to Camp Brokenglass, if only for the moment. The others are no doubt finishing their preparations for battle. I should hope the other's absence means all proceeds apace. Good. You're here. With the recent arrival of reinforcements, our preparations are all but complete. Apologies for our lateness. It seems we are at least in time to help deliver the crushing blow. Aye. And if the fates are kind, this will be the last we see of these damnable blasphemies. Commander Alden, Lord Ian, thank you both for coming. Yes, of course, understood. Lawrence and the others have reclaimed Varus's heart. The barrier protecting the blasphemy should soon dissipate. Then the time has come at last to storm the Tower of Babel. Admiral Merweb and Lord Armac await our arrival at its base. Then we should be about it, eh? I suppose this is as good an opportunity as any to keep my hammer from rusting over. I will accompany you as well. As the forum's representative and a member of the survey team, I feel it my responsibility to see this to the end. I didn't take you for the fighting type. Despite appearances, I am no stranger to the battlefield. Indeed, I have seen my fair share, travelling the world in service to the Forum. Though I may not be equal of Alphenol or Alizé, we shall not find ourselves wanting, I can promise you that much.
When you have all finished your preparations, we shall reconvene at the Enceladum.
All are present and accounted for. Shall we proceed? Yes. Our objective is simple. Locate and eliminate the blast from Minerva. Though the barrier guarding him is no more, a number of beasts will surely block the way at the auxiliary sector. Off to a smashing start, I see. It would seem the tower will reach its limits sooner than I anticipated. If we're to save the transporter, we must hurry and find Nerva now! Should go without saying, but be on your guard. There was quite the menagerie of horrors last time I was here. golem. Is that the last of them? Oh dear. Of course not. We can't afford for them to impede our advance any further. Commander Alden, let us hold them here. Master Fortunate, take the others and go, quickly. Understood. Leave. Leave now, Gurlamod is mine. Mine! Stand here, Minerva, for Galamod, the people, and all you stand for. Last mirror, no, I'll not suffer anyone who gets in my way. Hold on, Elita. I can rescue. We mustn't take the offense. Rise, my faithful. behind me quickly, I shall take the brunt of this. Oh my god, I'm so cool! Must be good. Then let us put an end to this, shall we? No! Galamad is mine! Mine! That was so cool! For glory everlasting indeed. Is it over? Has the danger passed? By a hairbreadth, perhaps. But yes, I say we've managed to avoid a fiery ruin. Our path to the moon is open once more. The duty of Charlayan has ever been to chart the course of history, not to change it. Thus did we fervently hold to our policies of neutrality and non-intervention. In truth, it was all in service to our plan of exodus, to abandon the star to its ruinous fate. Harsh though that may sound, I still believe it was ultimately for the greater good. Thanks to you and your comrades, however, it was a fate that did not come to pass. Charlayan will now find a new way forward, not merely for the preservation of knowledge, but for the betterment of the star and all who call it home. I believe I speak for all of the Forum when I say it would be an honor and a privilege to work towards a goal alongside allied nations. Aye, an age of true and everlasting peace is finally within our grasp, and we will seize it together. As much as I would enjoy a riveting conversation with Eorzea's champion, I really must make ready for the moon, now if you'll excuse me. Tis a relief to know that we've no longer a need for a battle. Despite my experience, I must confess I'm ill-suited to it. The allied nation leaders, meanwhile, demonstrated an aptitude for combat, far and above what I might expect from diplomatic figures. And you, my friend, I see now why you are well regarded as the Eorzea's champion. The others would have already begun the arduous journey home, and before you go I would offer a word of thanks to the both of you. If not for your timely assistance, our plans would be forfeit, and the lands of Ilsabard forever defiled by the blasphemy. Please, I've no need for your platitudes. I labour only to further my own ends, nothing more. We heard the news. Thank you for everything. With Lord Nerva laid to rest, we've the peace of mind to move on without regret.
There you are! Now what's this I've heard about you clearing out the Tower of Babel? Are we finally ready to return to the moon?
Ah, what fortuitous timing. Allow me to introduce you to Livingway of the Loperites, Moon Dweller and Overseer of the Survey Team. Livingway, these good people will be the moon's first residents. I trust you and the other Loperites will take good care of them. Pleased to meet you.
Residents? Oh no! I mean, oh yes! Splendid! After many, many long years of planning and preparation, the moon is absolutely most definitely ready to accommodate your stay.
Glad to hear it. And apologies for the delay. I must first confer with Lawrence and see to our final preparations, but your residents-to-be and the survey team shall be along ere long. Might I trouble you to relay word of our success to Shirabat in Razatsan? I should think the tidings all the more heartening coming from you. Until next we meet. Wait, you're not leaving for the moon without me?
So, it's true then. The blasphemy in Garlemald has been struck down. They were right to call on you, it seems. And with no other outstanding reports of blasphemy sightings, I dare say you've slain the last of them. Perhaps now we can finally start to put the final days behind us. Strange though that may sound. On behalf of my fellow delegates at the Radiant Host, I extend you our humblest thanks. I hope when I next call on you, it will be under more fortuitous circumstances. Ah, the mighty hero returns. You can almost hear the world taking a collective sigh of relief with the blasphemies defeated.
Still, it's no excuse for us to rest on our laurels. We will remain diligent in our search for potential threats, and if any should arise, I hope we'll be able to call on you once more. Right. Well, that's me for now, my darlings. I love you all. Take care. Bye for now.